on dementia by Ms. Nilanjana Maulik, National Award winner. She's going to talk about dementia, its signs, causes, risk, prevention, and treatment. This is going to be a wonderful session. We'll start at 4 o'clock, just waiting for our chief guest to join. I request no one to present except the presenter. Please do not present anything on the screen. Minati De, please remove your screen. It's only for the presenter. Request Minati De to remove presentation. Thank you. I request everyone to switch off your mic as well as do not present anything on the screen. We will allow the presenter, Ms. Nilanjana Maulik, to present this session. Let us wait for a couple of minutes. We will start. Thank you everyone for your participation. Just a couple of minutes more.
Rotarian Jitendra will join us in a while.
All right.
Yeah, he just called me, so I've sent him the link again.
Okay. Because I called him, got a missed call.
Okay. Yes. So we'll just give a second, and I think he should be on.
All right. Thank you so much, Rotary Vinod. Good evening,
Good
Professor.
evening, everybody. Small delay. We will have Rotarian Jitendra joining us in a while. So we'll just wait for a couple of minutes.
Yeah, sure. Welcome, Mr. Avinash. Welcome, Professor Ushinder Kaur.
Good evening, Dr. Thomas. How are
I
you?
am doing very well after a long time, ma'am. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you for sending the link and making
Yeah.
us join the webinar.
Right. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. James.
Yes, Mr. Avinash. Thank you for joining.
Thank you. I have already requested my friends and they have already joined.
All right.
My name
Thank you so much.
Mr. Raina, Dr. Vasamurthy.
Okay,
Yeah.
great.
Thank you, my friends who have joined. I will just go through what are all there.
Right.
Yeah.
Request nobody to present on the screen, Dr. Jyoti. Welcome, Dr.
Good evening, Dr.
Jyoti.
James. Good evening, Vinod.
Oh,
Good
good.
evening, sir. Good evening.
Mr. Jayabagumar, welcome.
Yeah. Hi, good evening. How are you? Good evening.
Fine, sir.
Thank you for joining. Thank you, everyone. Let us wait for a couple of minutes. You will be in any moment joining. I request no one to present anything on the screen. It will disturb. Shubhada Jahangirdar, please remove your presentation. Please do not click on the presentation. Shubhada Jahangirdar, please remove. I request everyone to mute their mic and do not present anything on the screen. In the Google, we cannot control. You yourself have to control. Please do not click anything on the screen. Yeah. Shubhada Jahangirdar, to remove your presentation. Welcome everyone for today's webinar session. Our chief guest, Rotarian DGN Jitendra Aneja, has just joined. Thank you, sir, for joining. Rotarian DGN Jitendra Aneja, our district governor nominee, he has just joined. Good evening, sir. We can't hear you. I think you're.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, good evening, James. How are you?
Doing very well, sir. Nice to see you here.
Yeah, my pleasure to hear.
Yeah, very pleasant face, sir. Thank you so much for joining.
Thank you.
Right. Sir, about 50 people have joined. Can we start now?
So nice. Why not? Yeah. Inside.
Yes. Thank you so much. Welcome, everyone. Welcome today's webinar session on dementia, signs, causes, risk, prevention, and treatment by Ms. Nilanjana Maulik, National Award winner. This session is being organized by Rotary Bangalore Sneha and Age Gracefully. Let me start the presentation slide. All right. Am I audible to everyone? Mr. Vinod?
Yes, you are
Yes,
quite
you are.
audible.
All right, thank you. This, as I mentioned you, this session is being organized by Rotary Bangalore Sneha and Age Gracefully. You may be aware that Rotary Bangalore Sneha is a very young club with 2 years of age under the Rotary District 3190, which is having about 145 clubs. Age Gracefully is an NGO working in the space of issues related to senior citizens. We wanted to sensitize people about dementia. That's the reason we have been organizing this seminar. Welcome our DGN Rotarian Jitendra Aneja, Ms. Nilanjana Maulik, our Chartered President Rotarian Dr. S. Nitilila, President Rotarian Vinod Naik, Secretary Rotarian Unnikrishnan KB, and other board members, officials from the district, and our participants. Thank you everyone for joining this unique program. I think I need to remove this sharing to permit others to join. 1 second, please. Yes, thank you. I am quite sure that this webinar will be useful for all of us. I must mention here that Ms. Supriya Chakraborty, a gerontologist and a dementia care volunteer from Calcutta, suggested the name of Ms. Nilanjana Maulik. Thank you, Ms. Supriya. Before we begin, during this time of COVID-19, many souls have departed from us. We are passing through a very rare and difficult stage. Let us observe silence for a minute for world peace as well as for the departed souls. I request everyone to be silent and close your eyes, please. Welcome back and thank you so much. I request a couple of announcements. I request everyone to keep your mic on silent mode except those who are speaking, that is the presenter and the inaugural speech by Rotarian Jitendra Aneja. All others, please keep your mic on silent mode and do not present anything on the presentation slide. And question answer session will be at the end after the presentation. We'll have enough time, and the feedback link also will be given at the end. E-participation certificate also will be given. Those who are filling up the form, we will be sent across to you in a week's time. Now, may I request Rotarian Vinod Naik, our President of Rotary Bangalore Sneha, to welcome everyone officially and introduce our star speaker, DGN Rotarian Jitendra Aneja. to give his welcome address. Now, Rotarian Vinod Naik.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. James. Thank you, Dr. James here. This is Vinod Naik and the current president of Rotary Bangalore Sneha. Good evening and a very warm welcome. Today, as Dr. James said, we have this session and we have August audience present with us. And I welcome you all for this particular session. Without further ado, I would like to welcome our DGN, Rotarian Dr. Jitendra Aneja. He was born to Srimati Pushpa and Sri Chetan Das Aneja in New Delhi into an extended joint family that was uprooted by the partition of India. Jitendra excelled in academics, sports, and extracurricular activities from a very early age. The values of service, patriotism, humanity, and humility were instilled in him early by his parents. While at school, he confounded a social service organization, Pragatishil Yuvak Samiti, at the age of 15. He was an integral part and amongst the first members of the renowned Sonnet Cricket Club in Delhi, which trained many cricketers who have represented India at the international level. Apart from cricket, Jitendra also played football, volleyball,
Vinod, your voice is gone. Vinod?
80. Often during vacations and holidays, he would apprentice as his family business of manufacturing microscopes and helped in product development. He was one of the first two students elected or selected by the US Embassy in 1977 for the first major US technical exhibition in New Delhi. Thereafter, he obtained a postgraduate diploma in sales and marketing management from Faculty of Management Studies, that is FMS, of University of Delhi. He established his own business in 1985, tying up with manufacturers from all across Europe and Russia. Later on, Rotarian Jitendra Aneja moved to Bangalore in 1994 and has been actively associated with Rotary for the last 19 years. During his leadership as president of Rotary Bangalore South Parade in 2006 and 2007, the club was adjudged the best club in its category. He is one of the charter members of and a key force in establishing Rotary Bangalore Junction, RBJ, which has now reached the third highest membership numbers in RI District 3190. RBJ is known for many practices, great fellowship, foundation giving, and taking up big service projects. He has served District 3190 in various positions as District Secretary, Assistant Governor, District Governor of various avenues of service, Chairman of various committees and fellowship, President of Rotary Wine Fellowship of India, Chairman of ICGF's District, Member District Training Teams, and Deputy District Trainer. He has been selected as the District Governor for the year 2020, 22 and 23, 2022 and 23 for Rotary District 3190. He is married to Rotarian Sunanda. A couple is blessed with two children, Rishi and Arushi. Sunanda has been the Charter Secretary of Inner Wheel Club of South Parade. She follows her passions of cooking, embroidery, reading, and painting. Son Rishi, a very good debater, who also writes poetry and loves painting. Daughter Arushi, is a practicing lawyer. Son Rishi is practicing lawyer at the High Court of Karnataka. Dr. Arushi, with keen interest in dance and psychology, is also a law graduate who is starting her career in the field of corporate law. A great votary of family values, he is known as a great friend in his circle. Without further ado, I would request Rotarian Jitendra to take over the session, please. Sir, it's yours.
Thank you, Vinod, for your wonderful introduction. You are working from the field. We can make out you are sitting in the vehicle and participating. Thank you for your spirit. May I call upon District Governor nominee, RI District 3190, Rotarian Jitendra Aneja, to inaugurate this webinar. Thank you, sir. Sir, you are not audible. I'm
Yes,
not able
now
to.
it is.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Yes. Thank you, James. Thank you, and thank you, President Vinod Naik, for the wonderful introduction. Friends, we are living under exceptional time, and I share with James when he invited me. I don't know what he thought, but I am so qualified to inaugurate this session on dementia, its signs, causes, with such a distinguished uh, faculty you have today. So at that time, I was perfectly fine, but the same day, I turned COVID positive. And probably today, I've been let off in a way that I can be with you freely. But I'm still operating from my one room confined, where my wife is together with me because both of us test positive, but it ended well. So, first message is keep safe because one slip up, 6 months I tried my best not to get into the grip of this COVID virus, but still one slip up got me here. Anyhow, good afternoon to everyone. And President Vinod, Secretary Unikrishnan, and the GSR and the force behind the SNEA, the club of trainers, the youngest one of the young clubs, but doing exceptionally well at our district, Dr. James. And I hope we have distinguished faculty, such a fantastic record you have, Miss Nilanjana Maulik. I think it is our privilege to be able to listen to you with this, such vast experience in US, UK, and working in Kolkata and other places. It will be a treat to listen to you. And I hope to other members of the Rotary SNEA and academia, and I'm being told, James, that a lot of professors, teachers, and service givers and are also joining. So a big welcome on behalf of Rotary 3190 and also on behalf of SNEA. And one correction, in my biodata, it was given that Junction has grown to tell the highest membership. I'm very proud to say yesterday we hit a double century mark. In a Rotary world, which is a little, people are finding it difficult to get members. But I can tell you, it's also a time, you see, during the COVID time, it has also presented us an opportunity to get more members on board. And first time, we are the second club in 3190, which has hit the double century mark. So we are only next to now Bangalore. Now coming to the topic, I'm so glad, James, together Rotary SNEA with the NGO Age Gracefully, you thought of this a new topic and a topic which should concern each one of us, Fortunately, unfortunately, I am also in senior citizen category. So age is going to catch up with everyone. We are the youngest nation in the entire world, but I'm pretty sure we are almost about, I think, about 8% of our population as of today. It comes under the senior citizen category, and the estimates are by 2050, we would be 20% of this. So that's quite a large number of population which we have to deal with. And if nothing not, what COVID has taught us during the last 6 months is that if you don't prepare for situations well in advance, it could cause chaos all around. Say the handling of COVID has exposed that our meager 1.28% on the spending on the of the GDP on the Medicare is nothing. On the other hand, the countries like Italy, US, which had also spent, their GS spending is almost 5 to 6% or even 10% for the medical field, but still there had been casualties there. But it is time in India that we should bring up these topics and bring to the fore the problems which we are going to go for the future. And I'm pretty sure, see, what has happened is we can't blame the governments because for 70 years we have got into a system which typically has been dealt with incremental increase on few things and substantial increases on things which are not so necessary, but also necessary. Also in the sense we have had so much of an expenditure in defense. which the countries like growing like Germany and Japan never had to spend like that. But today we still stand with the head high in the world and amongst the United Nations as well as entire 200 plus countries is because India is doing well. Now, issue is this is an area of aging which is going to hit us. You know, going back to the ancient times with Manu Smriti giving us that age is average age is now divided into 4 parts or 4 ashrams, which was going into it, and I do not know because 60 plus or 50 plus was Vamprastha. Probably they were sending on to the forest too early, and today the government gives you the marching orders at 60. Okay, you retire at 60, but I do not know. You know, to share with you, it's really when you age is a perception how you age in your mind. When we were young and when we would think our uncle was touching 50, we would think we are, oh, come on, uncle has gone very old. And then at 60, we were, oh, come on, you are going really old. And we were a big, large joint family. But now if I'm 60, I don't feel like 60. You know, this is a kind of, I think, the change in the society which is coming up because aging and aging gracefully is also kind of accepting in mind that few changes are going to occur and adapting yourself. You know, there are many ways you can reverse the sign of aging. Fortunately, I deal with the medical equipment, and one of the areas which I deal with is the aesthetic lasers, where the main topic is also the reversing the sign of aging, but those are physical signs of aging which we can reverse. But what about the mental? What about the social signs is behind the aging process? But let me tell you, see, this is sometimes all in mind. There was a Harvard-sponsored study way back in 1979. You know, there was a gentleman named psychologist Alan Langer. You know, he took 8 gentlemen in 1979 to a resort where he created a facility 20 years older, which was equivalent to 1959, and he made them stay there for about a week. And what comes, it shows fantastic results. You know, probably this study was done way back in 1979, but it carries on even today, the relevance of how we accept this aging. After living for 1 week, they did again the test on all their biomarkers, and they found their hearing was better, their memory was better, their grip strength, everything improved because these people during that 8 days which they spent there, they were all thinking that they are younger. So feeling young is something which is very, very important. And much of that fear of aging, it is rather what you call it, you know, the your sense of loss for that, okay, I will lose my youthfulness, I will lose my eyesight, I will lose this. They cause pretty much more damage to the body. And this is how, you know, recent studies even have proven that people who are more socially active, they live 8 years longer. You know, I'm not coming to the disease part of it, but in general part of it, because disease is going to hit us sometime or the other, because it is a mortal body which we have. You always go away from this world with some disease. And as you live longer, as our age is getting longer, people are bound to get disease. Cardiovascular diseases, heart diseases, as well as the cancer are 2 major causes. But dementia is going to hit us large. And if I see the statistics like you have mentioned in your brochure as such, that 5 out of every 1,000 people, if they are getting affected. So I'm pretty sure there are almost about maybe 50 million people all over the world they're talking about, and maybe 5 million in India suffering from dementia. So this is quite alarming. So issue is, how do we go and prepare about it? What role Rotary has about it? This has to be found. The one thing which I'm very happy is that you have started this process today, because Rotarians act as catalysts. Rotarian cannot do things alone. We are a fellowship organization which serves. For us, our profession comes first, because from the profession you make money and you make ideas and you put your ideas to practice and donate to the Rotary causes, and you create projects. So Rotarians act as catalysts, and amongst our 4 focus areas, which are that extending our reach is through the NGOs which we can work around. So this is something which is very, very important. See, India solutions are going to be very, very specific. I again go back to the COVID. You have seen there is a rural divide, there is a divide, city divide. When we started the COVID, there were hardly only, first lab only was authorized to do was the National Institute of Virology lab in Pune. There was only one lab doing the COVID testing because there were a few cases. Then it spread. It had to come to 10. And today we are 1,350 labs spread all over the country, which is able to do it. Because when the need arose, we started preparing the population and scientific community in general that this has to be done. Now, these are the kinds of examples, and if you see what was happening here, now in India also the mortality rate has also gone down, which is much lower than what is happening in Europe and America, even the more progressive states. So India will have to have a very, very specific solutions to it. So first thing is how to handle the aging population. Say dementia or other diseases. Say our focus so far has been, I do not see the focus so much coming on Alzheimer's or dementia coming in. We have had every family, if you will touch, if this is so prevalent, I'm pretty sure every family will have some experience or some example to cite that such and such fellow was. And, a common term, a person, type to somebody used to make fun, yeah, he is forgetting the older ones. Although we are in a society where we have been brought up to respect our parents, but this society is also changing. Today we are making old age homes where older people are here and the children are sitting in some other states or in some other countries. Now this brings in a lot of social responsibility on caregivers because it is not only the cure which you have to give, probably. You can try to give cognitive, therapies, or you can give a lot of other therapies, you can give medicines and all that. But what about the psychological therapies which these people need? The kind of support system which they need. So I was trying to look at it, look at the examples of countries where the aging population is more. We have yet to reach that level. But once we reach that level, even the volumes are going to be more. So we may create the age-old homes, but how to tackle the patients who will be there inside becomes a challenge. Just give you a small example. About 3 years ago, one of our past presidents in our club, he got into a very, very peculiar situation. One of the uncles, 85 plus, he got into a hospital. Now nobody to take care of him. He got a call from somebody that one of your uncles, he was a distant uncle, he got a call, he went to take, and he had to now take care of him. That gentleman had nobody to take care of him. So after some time, the doctor said, probably, it's better he be taken home. Now, respectfully, he had to bring him his home where already the infrastructure is constrained. You are trained to take care of your own parents, everybody, your immediate uncle, somebody who's been staying with you. Somebody who has not been staying with you for 70 or 80 odd years, and all of a sudden you have to take him as a family member, take care of him. And then we started searching for an old age home which could be taking care of such people. And we found there is so paucity, there is nothing available which could be of help to such people. So we are creating aged homes. Rotary has also created, Rotary Orchards has created a wonderful space. But I think now a time has come for integration of these services. Last week, James and Vinod will know the Rotary IT corridor. So its president, Dr. Satish, who is a very well-known neurosurgeon, has launched an excellent program. And that program is all about epilepsy. So what I mean to say is, I will explain you about that program. That is from end-to-end solution which they are offering. They have developed the app. He has been in touch with the central government. With the Sakra World Hospital, they have tied up, which has agreed to take care of 20 to 30 free surgeries required for the epilepsy to cure them. And also he has formed an entire team of doctors, because it is today no disease is, the disease of one domain. Especially the disease of old age is not going to be one domain. Geriatrics is hardly a field which is developed here in India. If you will find, because as the body changes, like for pediatrics, you need a specialist. For geriatrics, the body, what kind of medication you need, and probably at the age of 60 plus, 70 plus, you have a multitude of diseases. So how to have a common approach? So this kind of, they prepared an app that somebody who is affected can just log on to that app, and not only it offers them a solution, it offers them also some kind of a kind way of treating and arranging finances to everything, which is an end-to-end solution. And I particularly feel, James and President Vinod, you have a great opportunity, because let us not stop here, because I am pretty sure from Ms. Nilanjana today we are going to hear fantastic views and from our experience how to take it forward. But I would be here to support you in your future endeavors if you take it up as an integrated project, where I will tell you, if somebody is hit today, even when you are hit with COVID, in spite of all the information around, I can pretty sure you call somebody and that person looking for advice, he also doesn't know how to guide you. So where is that concise data or concise form, or one common platform which is available for this kind of information which is available? Because you will not only require a geriatric, or what you call even a neurosurgeon or neurologist, or you need a total cohesive care where so many caregivers have to come together, but you have to create one platform. But what Rotary can first do is, Rotary is a organization which can create wonders with creating awareness. So this is to begin with one area, is that, ultimately one purpose of this seminar is we may learn about it. Somebody who is already affected, he can go and learn about it from the doctor he is sitting, because but when healthy people, healthy minds of Rotarians who are ready to do some service to the world, when they are sitting here today, why we are sitting here today, we must ask this question. I will give you one small story. We recently lost RI President Louis Vincent. He was the president in 1996-97. And he was visiting Kolkata. Because our star speaker is from Kolkata, because this came to my mind now, I want to explain. This gentleman came to inaugurate Mother Teresa's home for lepers. Okay. And he had a team with her, and some lady, when they went for inauguration, it was first home was inaugurated. It was Rotary paid for that. There was a global grant which paid for it, and he flew down to India, to Kolkata, to inaugurate that session. And when they were doing, Mother Teresa said, "This is my home, first home for 40. Some lady asked a question, "Only 40? And Mother's reply still rings in my head. And she says, "Well, madam, this is my 40. Where is your 40? Before you ask what you are doing to others, ask what you yourself are doing for that cause." So this is something which is very important. And since we are sitting from the Rotary side of it, with a Rotary view of it, I think it is pertinent that we take this message across.
Sir, your voice is cracking, sir. Sorry to disturb you. Your voice is cracking.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So, my problem was I couldn't log in from the laptop. Probably the Safari on my Apple was not able to connect with the Google, which is probably competitive. So I had to go for the makeshift immediate from my phone. Nevertheless. So this part is something which we have to address and take it forward from the Rotary side, so that we are able to, have end-to-end solution, with the old age homes, the caregivers, the psychologists, the physiotherapists, the neurosurgeons, neurologists, all things we should be able to combine and bring together. Now, other part is the prevention. This is something which we have to learn the technique. Positivity, a lot of research studies have proven that people who are serving in Rotary, they get lesser psychiatric problems also, because these psychiatric issues are also a lot of related with old age. So prevention is something which we have to also be spread. I do not know. I do not have any statistics. I'm not a medical guy, but one thing which I have learned during 6 months is that the time has come where each one of us put our health first. When you start in the morning, don't start with your phone or newspaper. Think what you are going to do about your health today, because similarly, like they tell you in the aeroplanes, that if the oxygen falls, first put your mask on, only then you can help your child also. Same thing, health first, and that comes with prevention. And I'm pretty sure, reading my knowledge about dementia is only limited to what Google would say or what we have been reading in newspapers, and we have more enlightened academia and the authorities with us today probably. But I can show a good physical good food and regular exercises and good cognitive exercises at the old age we should be focusing on this. Other thing is the nutrition plays a bigger role. This is a multi-dimensional thing. You will find the poor, with less nutrition fall prey to the disease much more. So how to go and avoid that? This is something which we also need to focus on, and bridging the rural city divide, because in cities you still have the cure. What about a person? You go outside 60 kilometers from Bangalore and you see the rural belt start today, where the airport ends and then the rural belt starts 10 kilometers beyond. And there the facilities are not available. I do not know. We have to think about solutions on these lines. But I'm pretty sure, taking examples from, I'm little enthused because Rotary IT Corridor has started an integrated project on epilepsy. He has taken that project nationwide. It has been done in Bhutan, Nepal, and it is my job, if you create a facility or a program like this, where we have an app where somebody with dementia or somebody's caregiver of a dementia patient can log on to it, and there he finds some information, and he knows from in this city we can start small. It could be only in Bangalore, it could be only in Karnataka, then it could be replicated with other states. Rotary could take it up. I'm pretty sure the focus on, say, we have 7 areas of focus. Of course, this old age caring is also a big step. In last 2 or 3 years, you have seen Rotary has brought in focus. We celebrate the Senior Citizen Day. We have our runs. But I think as we grow, we will go step by step. And the time has come that let us not be in a position 20 years from now that we have not created infrastructure. And government alone cannot do it. This current crisis has also shown us that if the Rotarians do not lend a hand, the government couldn't have been able to do this much. We have done 200 crores worth of service. Imagine a state like Karnataka has spent only 4,200 crores on COVID. This is whole budget in last 6 months. 10. But Rotary itself in our district has spent 20 crores. So imagine how NGOs are contributing. So probably 4,200 crores spent by the government is equally matched by the NGOs. So it is the NGOs like Rotary and the owners is, since you have taken up the topic, Sneha, you are full of ideas. You are people full of trainers, and you cannot leave this midway. Once you have jumped into this stream, give it full circle. Let it be a signature project of Rotary Sneha, where Sneha will be identified, that they put something on the India's map, Karnataka's map, Bangalore's map, and Rotary 3190's map, and Rotary India's map, that people, we have to be prepared for dementia and old age care, because if you are preparing for dementia, I'm pretty sure you are preparing for the whole gamut of problems which are faced by the seniors. So I wish you good luck. I extend all my support to you. And my term, although comes 2 years, but we are Rotarians. It is day to day. Our best ideas cannot wait. We should get started with the best ideas the day you get it. So I wish you good deliberations. And I am really extremely sorry because of my constrained conditions. I will have to leave the program quickly, but I would definitely look forward to receiving the recording of this. And my sincere apologies to Ms. Nilanjana Maulik ji. I'm unable to sit through this whole session because of the reason I've already explained. I hope you will excuse me. But if you stay in Kolkata, next month I have to make a visit. I will personally see that I meet you there and understand more about you. Thank you so much and wish you great deliberations today.
Thank you, DG, and a wonderful speech, wonderful inauguration address, and it was like professor of medicine speaking. You said you don't know anything about medicine, only Google knowledge, but it was a wonderful thought and very thought-provoking one, sir. Thank you so much from the Rotary Bangalore Sneha as well as from Page Gracefully. Thank you. Now, may I request Rotarian Dr. S. Nithilila to introduce today's speaker, Ms. Nilanjana, National Awardee. Nithilila, please.
Thank you, Dr. James. I am Dr. Nilanjana, past president of Rotary Bangalore Sneha. I am very privileged to introduce Ms. Nilanjana Maulik, today's speaker. Ms. Nilanjana started her work for people with dementia about 26 years back. Having been trained in dementia care at Dementia facility in the USA and working for several years there, she returned to India in the year 1999 to start the work in Kolkata. Ms. Nilanjana has won a national award for Best Dementia Care Worker. She is presently the national coordinator, working group of ARDSI, that is Alzheimer's and Related Disorder Society of India, and the Secretary General of ARDSI Kolkata chapter. She also holds a certificate in successful aging and end-of-life care from Stanford School of Medicine and is an international master practitioner of Spark of Life philosophy from Dementia Care International Australia and a master trainer of dementia skills from Alzheimer's Disease International London. I hereby proudly present before you Ms. Nilanjana Maulik, the lead speaker of today's session. Over to Dr. James. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nithilila, for the wonderful introduction. May I request Ms. Nilanjana to start the presentation. The stage is for you, ma'am. Thank you. Ms. Nilanjana, you can start the presentation.
Can you see my presentation? Is it on the screen?
I'm just checking, ma'am.
Someone replied yes.
Yes, yes.
It is there.
Wonderful.
Yes.
Okay, so a very good evening, everyone, and thank you for joining. Pleasure to be introduced by Dr. Aneja and Dr. Leela. I'm indeed grateful to Shupriya Chakraborty from Kolkata, who connected me to Dr. James. Dr. James, much appreciate your effort in creating this opportunity with Rotary Bangalore and Sneha and Age Gracefully. When asked to speak about dementia, I never let go of the opportunity ever. More so when it is during the month of September, a month which is observed globally to raise awareness of Alzheimer's and other dementias. So thank you once again for this opportunity. Friends, my topic today for you all is dementia and everything about it. Dr. James made sure that I included everything, right from the science to the treatment. It's important to know about it because according to the statistics available, many of us present here today may show signs of it in years to come. Now, as I say so, I can see some faces that are saying, no, that's not going to be me. In fact, a lot of people don't want to know about it because they don't want to think that they may get it. It has a bit of a stigma, doesn't it? Well, I'm happy to know that you are doing everything possible to keep it away. But if not yourself, believe me, you are likely to look after someone with dementia. So either way, the best approach is to be empowered with the information. Just a second. I think my presentation is okay. So in this slide, what usually comes to your mind when you hear about the word dementia? You know, this is exactly what comes to your mind when you hear the word dementia. I bet it does, because we think dementia is all about forgetting. And we fear that not able to remember our wedding anniversary date or where we kept our keys is dementia. And we often crack jokes about it too. Yes, there are many signs of dementia, and one of them is forgetfulness, but it's more than just that. I'll come to that in a bit, but before that, let's just take a look at this test to rule out dementia in each of us. So for those who are 65 plus here, this is important. And for those who are less than 65, it's even more important. So here is the test. You get into your car to drive to your sister's house in another town for Diwali dinner. The last time she made Diwali dinner was 5 years ago. And it was your uncle Vishnu's last holiday with the family. He died 3 months later. His new caregiver, Sneha, had brought him to the dinner. That was also the Diwali dinner that your niece turned 10. On this trip to your sister's, while number one, to release the parking brake before setting the car in motion. Would you forget that? Probably the name of your uncle's caregiver, probably not. The route to your sister's house, put the laddus you promised to bring in the car. So out of these 6, which of the 2 are you most likely to forget? Is there any answer that you have for me? Well, if your answer is number 3 and 6, you will remember those 2, then you are fine. It's what we call normal aging. Just like your changes in the vision and hearing, your hair turning gray, skin, it's losing its elasticity, your memory and thinking, which is what we call cognition. As you age, it gets slower. Now, let's take a look at this slide. I'll give you a few seconds to read the next slide here. So here's a couple sitting outside their house. And the husband looks at the wife and says, in the moonlight, your teeth looks just like pearls. And the wife answers, who's Pearl? What were you doing in the moonlight with her? Is there anyone here who has encountered similar situation like the gentleman in the picture? Well, people who care for a person with dementia do face such challenges, often in their journey of caregiving. Why so? What exactly is dementia and what damage does it do to our brain to falter with our reasoning power, our judgment power, our remembering power? So before we learn about dementia, let's take again a few seconds to appreciate our brain, the organ that helps us to perform every moment. So the brain is where we do our thinking. All our senses are tied into our brain, allowing us to experience the outside world. We remember, we have emotions, we solve problems, we worry about things, we dream about our future, and we control our body in our brain. It helps us to be who we are, basically. And it works tirelessly every moment, even when we are asleep. Unfortunately, for such an awesome organ, the brain doesn't look like much. Neither it's given more importance by us. We are frankly more worried about the cracking sound in our knees, or for that matter, everything under our neck, but the brain. So a little more information for those who would like to know what exactly happens inside our brain. So we have a left hemisphere and a right hemisphere. The left controls the right and the right controls the left. We have about 100 billion neurons, connecting with each other and helping us do what we are doing. And then we have 4 lobes, which are very important in how we function every day. So from the frontal lobe, which is right in front of our brain, which is in charge of solving problems, help us make plans, control our temper, and use our good manners, to the parietal lobe, which is just behind the frontal lobe, which is in charge of paying attention when we hear something. Or maybe you're sitting right now and you can smell the dinner that's being cooked. So that power to smell your dinner is the parietal lobe that's helping you. So also responsible inside the parietal lobe is your ability to read and write. And then just below the parietal lobe is the temporal lobe, which helps us to understand what we hear. So there's one thing about just hearing, and there's one thing about hearing and understanding it. And that's the responsibility of the temporal lobe. And behind the temporal lobe is the occipital lobe, which is responsible to make sense of what we see. So you see things, you see images, you see people, and you make sense of it. And that's exactly what the occipital does for us. So what is, dementia? That's the topic for today. Many of you think it's a disease, but that's not correct. It is basically a host of signs and symptoms present in a person. And those signs and symptoms I will, of course, explain to you in a bit. But those signs could be forgetfulness, those signs could be misplacing things, those signs could be problems with language, time and disorientation, you name it. There are about 10 warning signs, which I will go and explain to you. But when you see these signs, group of signs and symptoms in a person, and those signs and symptoms is so severe that it reduces your ability to function, your ADL, which is activities of daily living. And these symptoms are caused by the physical changes in the brain. So when we say the person has dementia, we mean that the person is showing signs and symptoms which is affecting their daily activities. So it's not the name of a disease, a specific disease. In fact, a disease is causing those signs and symptoms. For example, when you have fever, say, for example, a COVID is the disease. And the signs and symptoms of COVID is fever, cough and cold, losing the sense of smell. So just like that, dementia is a host of signs and symptoms. And so these are the 10 warning signs that I will come to. And each of you, if you could at least take a screenshot and keep remembering about it and see where you are at this point of time in relation to these 10 warning signs. So let me start with the first one. And the first, that is the memory loss. It is normal for a person who is aging without any issue to occasionally forget appointments or a friend's phone number and remember it later. A person with dementia may forget things more often and not remember them at all. So it's not just forgetting and then recalling it, maybe remembering it at all. Then comes and we do not have dementia, we get distracted from time to time, and they may, and we may forget to serve, say, a part of a meal to our family. But a person with dementia will have problems with every step in preparing a meal, left alone serving the meal. The third sign is problems with language. Every one of us have trouble finding the right words sometimes. But a person with dementia may forget simple words or substitute inappropriate words, making sentences difficult to understand. So they will put in words that makes no sense. And so when they complete the sentence, you will not be able to understand exactly what they meant. Then comes confusion about time and place. For us, it's normal to forget the day of the week sometimes, when we are busy, maybe traveling or really busy with our work. Maybe for a moment, even that's for a moment. But for a person with dementia, they may find difficulty finding their way to their familiar place or feel confused about where they are and what's the time of the day. So it is definitely very much different from normal forgetfulness. Then comes poor or decreased judgment. A person with dementia may have difficulty judging distance or direction, say when driving a car. Then we come to misplacing things. Anyone can temporarily misplace a wallet or key. A person with dementia may put things in inappropriate places. Say, for example, you would find their eyeglasses, inside the refrigerator, which is something that we would not do, hopefully. We also see signs that is to will fit these things of behavior for no reason. They may become confused, suspicious, or withdrawn. So, these signs and symptoms are very, very important that we understand, because it's, if you look at it at a glance, you would feel that, oh my God, I have many of these here. But I hopefully am able to give you the differences between the normal forgetfulness and one that happens in persons with dementia. Keep an eye on these, and if you find someone who is showing these signs and symptoms and they are progressive and they are disabling, they are actually, the person is having difficulty to perform familiar tasks, then you have to be really be careful. Now, here are some facts that, it's important that each of us understand. Dementia can affect anyone, male or female, wealthy or poor, anyone from any part of the world can develop dementia. And it's not infectious, just like COVID. It's not going to spread from person to person. You don't need to wear a mask. And it is also not a normal part of getting older. So it's not that if you are aging, you will develop dementia. Your chances increases, but it's not that you will get dementia. There are a lot of 80 years old and 90 years old who are very, very sharp. Is that dementia is also not a mental illness. It is definitely something that affects your mental health, but it's not a mental illness. Some other points to remember is that dementia progresses in 3 stages. The mild or the early stage, where the signs and symptoms are just like you and me. In fact, that is the reason why it's so difficult to detect a dementia early on. There's a lot of focus on early detection all over the world, but it gets very difficult because the little changes in a person is very difficult sometimes for even the family to notice. We kind of take it that the person is aging. So maybe that's the reason why that person is forgetting. So in the mild stages, it is, misplacing things, not remembering where they kept their things, keeping track of things, and so on and so forth. In the middle stages, that's when it comes to notice. And the family members, or if the person is still working, it's their colleagues who come, understand that there's something wrong in that person. The way that person used to execute himself or herself or would behave is different from what that person is right now. And this is the stage when the diagnosis happens. This is the stage where the person has more pronounced difficulties, forgetfulness, problems with language, managing finances, all these come into focus. The last stage, unfortunate, is the severe stage where the brain stops functioning at all. And if our brain stops our brain has to do everything, and if it stops functioning, then we would forget and not able to walk, to eat, to recognize anybody, to remember anything. Now, this dementia can last for years. On an average, it can last from 8 to 12 years. I have had persons with dementia have lived more than 16 to 20 years also. And this progression of dementia can vary widely by the type of dementia, which I will come to. What are the different types of the diseases that causes dementia, and also by the person. So if a person has a lot of comorbidity, then the from the one person. What are the risk factors of developing dementia? Age. Age is one of the biggest risk factors. I'm sure you all will agree that this is something that's not in our hand. We are going to age every year. And things that are under our control is something that we can really focus on. So age is one greatest risk factor. Family genetics. So if you have somebody in the family with dementia, a certain type of irreversible dementia, then you are more likely to develop. Not that you will, but your chances increases. Gender. In terms of gender, what we have seen is that between the age of 65 to 75, more men get it. And after the age of 75, it's more women. The simple logic here is that women live longer than men. And so at that age group, as we know that your chances of developing dementia increases with age. So after the age of 75, we see more women surviving, and therefore they are the ones with the disease. Lifestyle diseases are a huge concern, huge risk factors for developing dementia. If you are diabetic, if you are hypertensive, if you are obese, if you have high cholesterol, these are huge risk factors for dementia. And a lot of research is behind, these factors. Smoking and drinking is, again, also an important risk factor for developing dementia. So this is something we all want to know. What are the things that we can do to prevent dementia, to kind of be away from it? Number one, as Dr. Aneja mentioned, regular exercise, and recommends 150 minutes of exercise every week. That is about 10,000 steps a day. And it's also, research has also shown that if you sit at one place for more than 20 minutes, that's also not good for your health. Not only for your back and your, bones, but also for your brain. So please do make sure that, you are exercising depending on your age. Regular exercises is one of the best way to reduce dementia. You might find it helpful to start with small amount of activity. You need not start with 10,000 steps on the first day. Start with, every, 3 days a week with a small amount of activity. Then we come to a balanced diet. We all know these, these are preventive measures that are also recommended to keep your heart going. It's the same for the brain. Unfortunately, we don't think much about the brain. Healthy, balanced diet also reduces the risk. It is recommended that you eat at least 3 to 4 portions of fruits and vegetables a day. Also eat protein in form of oily fish, beans, pulses, eggs, or meat for those who have it, at least twice a week. You have to limit your sugar intake because that's called white poison. And also look out for hidden salt in different kinds of food. It is recommended you have 6 to 8 glasses of fluid, which could be water, low-fat milk, sugar-free drinks per day. Drinking too much alcohol also increases your risk of alcohol-related brain damage. But red wine is, in moderation, of course, is considered to be good for your brain, and so is green tea. Coming to the third prevention, which again Dr. Aneja mentioned, is social engagement. And this is highly recommended by the research studies. Talking and communicating with other people may help reduce your risk of dementia. You have to make an effort to keep in touch with people who are important to you, your friends, your family. You may volunteer or join a club or a community group. These are great way to stay socially active. The other thing, we Bengalis, we love to do is debate on topics that even we don't understand, but we do debate a lot. And it stimulates every cells and it explores all connections. So please do, stimulate yourself socially. It is important. The last but not the least is mental stimulation. Keeping your mind active is likely to reduce your risk of dementia. So regularly challenging yourself mentally, it seems to build up on the brain's ability to cope with the disease. There's a phrase called use it or lose it. So if you are using your brain cells, you will be able to keep it active and stimulated. But if you're not, you're likely to lose it. So here I would, it's recommended that you learn a new language, you do crossword puzzles, or puzzles and crosswords, if that is something that you love doing. Just to remember that do things that are important to you, do things that give you joy, happiness, not things that the doctors have mentioned that you have to do it, because it will not make much difference. Midlife is an important time to start taking care of your health if you're not already doing so. Now, I add this part in most of my presentations where I say that you may ask, what if I do all these, healthy diet, regular exercise, social stimulation, mental stimulation, and still I get dementia? What do I do then? Well, indeed, there is no guarantee that if you did all that I mentioned, you're going to be safe. So here are a couple of recommendations for you to follow if you were to get it. You have to make sure that even if you get it, you are well looked after by those who care for you with dignity, respect, and love. And to do that, number one is to be kind and nice to people you meet. You never know who you may need to clean your back. Number two is to cultivate hobbies so that caregivers looking after you would find ways to meaningfully engage you. Now, coming to the causes of dementia. So there are two different causes. One is the reversible causes, one is the irreversible causes. The reversible causes are those that can be treated, and once treated, the signs and symptoms of dementia will go away. And for those, those mentioned are thyroid problems, vitamin B12 deficiency, brain injury. These are all treatable conditions. And if the doctor finds that these are the causes for you to develop dementia and treats it, then you would get rid of those signs. But that cause dementia are irreversible. And it's difficult to, and one of the forms of irreversible is Alzheimer's disease. It's the classic symptom is memory loss, which is short-term memory loss, meaning what did I have for breakfast today? I don't remember. Or what did I have for even lunch today? I don't remember. But I can remember the school I went to, the friends that I had, and the playground that I played football every day. So people with dementia, especially the Alzheimer's kind, do not remember the short-term information, but information from long-term they do remember. But as the disease progresses, even the long-term starts to be erased. Then the other disease that causes irreversible types of dementia is vascular dementia. Here, what happens is the oxygen does not reach the brain, and there are small strokes happening inside the brain. And depending on the damage, the part of the brain that is damaged, the person and we find more people than Alzheimer's.
Excuse me, ma'am, your voice is breaking. Your voice is breaking actually in between.
I really don't know why it is.
All right.
In
between.
Sometimes what I see is that if we can switch off our videos, it kind of stresses less on. So I'm going to also switch off my video and see if that's better for you. I'm sorry about it.
Now it is clear. Please go ahead, ma'am.
Okay. So, so we have a lot of hypertension in our country, and we see a lot of people with stroke-related dementia. And then comes dementia with Lewy bodies, which is again another type of dementia where it does not really start with memory loss. The signs and symptoms that the person shows initially are, shuffling gait, mobility problem, hallucination, delusions, and then of course they also show signs of forgetfulness and other symptoms. The most difficult types of irreversible dementia to manage for family caregivers is frontotemporal dementia, because it affects the frontal part of the brain, and as I explained that it controls our manners, it controls our behavior. When that's gone, when the damage happens there, then it is very difficult for the caregiver to understand and relate to the person that they are caring for. So this is one of the most difficult and challenging dementias to deal with. There are other types which I will not go into given the time restrictions today. So if you show signs of symptoms, 10 warning signs I discussed earlier, for your benefit, the best thing to do is go to the doctor, and if those signs are progressing, you better go to the doctor and get some blood tests done. That's what the doctors do initially to detect those reversible causes, of dementia. So whether you have thyroid, whether you have vitamin B12, or if there is any clot in the brain, that's detected in the blood test, and then the doctor will the reversible causes. Further, an evaluation of your mental health is done, whether you have depression and other mental health condition which is contributing to the dementia signs and symptoms. Once that's done, once that's ruled out, then the doctor would do some cognitive and neuropsychological tests to evaluate your memory, orientation, reasoning, judgment, your language skills, and of course your attention, how much attention you can pay. Then of course comes the neurological evaluation, whether your movement is okay, you're able to sense things, your balance is fine, your reflexes are okay. And of course, a CT scan or an MRI scan is done to check whether there's bleeding or tumor or stroke that has happened inside the brain. So for a diagnosis of dementia, for the irreversible types to happen, it takes a lot of time. It cannot be done in a day or two. And as general laymen, we feel that, if I went with a stomach upset, the doctor would immediately give me a pill and I would get better in 1 or 2 days. It does not happen. The diagnosis itself doesn't happen like that in dementia, the irreversible types. It takes a longer time, and therefore you have to wait and really give the doctor time to do all these evaluations. In terms of the irreversible types of dementia, which I mentioned, Alzheimer's, vascular, and frontotemporal, there unfortunately isn't any cure at this point of time anywhere in the world. Most of the medications, there are few that are used. They are to temporarily improve the signs and symptoms. It does not treat the disease. It treats the signs. This scenario, they do not have a treatment that completely cures There are a few medications that only temporarily, improves the signs and symptoms. The best way out here is to use the non-medical approaches, and those are the best for, treating a person's irreversible type of condition. Coming to huge, someone who is, say, a high functioning individual or somebody who's moderately functioning, still goes through a lot of changes in how they see the world, how people see them. So the first thing that starts to get out, out of their hold is independence. They lose independence, they start to lose social contact. People who were earlier would be sit with them do not feel encouraged to sit and talk, because unfortunately for us whose brain we feel are absent, there's no that teaches us how to someone different from us. That happens in the dementia. For the social contacts slowly, thins out. Decision making and control. Unfortunately, irrespective of whether you have dementia or not, if you are sick, you are unwell, the family or your friends unconsciously starts taking decisions on behalf of you. So for a person with dementia, the doctor has mentioned that you are losing your senses, your memory, and so on and so forth. And so the family feels that they take it on themselves to take decisions on behalf of the you have to eat, you cannot, you right now, sit down, you eat right now. These are in our lives that have taken over from now because of dementia, and therefore I'm losing control of my life. The other thing is, of course, a huge impact, which is taking care of oneself. They forget to take care of themselves, and they forget that they have to take a bath. They forget that they have to brush their teeth. And hence, it's a huge impact on the family caregiver. Right from the day when the diagnosis is done at the doctor's chamber, the family caregiver leaves the doctor's office with a piece of white paper, which we call prescription. And in that prescription is written that your loved one has this diagnosis, and he is losing and is unable to do these things, and the things are going to go really bad from here. So there is nothing positive about leaving the doctor office, and nothing positive about the diagnosis. And hence what happens for a family caregiver is that the grief starts right from there till the person is no more. Even sometimes when the person is no more, the family caregiver is still going through a lot of grief. And it's a huge issue to really manage for the other family members. Loss of occupation. There are hundreds and thousands of daughters and sons and daughter-in-laws that I have met over years that had to give up on their jobs to take care. Role change, for a lady who was basically a housewife, was excellent in taking care of the house, with the husband having dementia now, she has also to look after the duties outside, which wasn't in her area. And that's a huge role change, besides taking care of her husband. Change in relationship. What happens, as I will explain later, is that people with dementia sometimes forget. I say they do not remember or recognize. Mommy or ma, can I have a glass of water? And you as a wife cannot accept that my husband for almost 50 years is calling me ma. And that change in relationship is a huge impact on the family caregiver. So in the early stages, the need for the family members is counseling and referrals, right referrals, where to go. Doctors are to refer to the right places for counseling and education. Planning, and if that's done, then it will help the family to plan for the future, for themselves as well as for the person. Financial planning, end of life care, and so on. Focus on relationship, then on making the person remember things. And also, if possible, introduce the person to programs like daycare, clubs that provide enriching in life. In the moderate stage, the focus is on helping the family to prevent which we call in the medical term BPSD, which is behavioral and psychological symptoms of dementia. Those could be repetitive behavior, being bad language, these are behavioral issues that we see in a person with dementia. And what we do is we share strategies with the family as to how they could prevent the, and not with medicine, but non-pharmacologically. Safety issues is a major concern because people, as I said, sometimes wander away. They may leave the house and not remember their way back home. So, or they may use things at the house that can be a safety issue for the family as well as themselves. And education of non-health related professions is a must at this stage. The more we educate the community in accepting the person with dementia and the caregiver who is going through this difficult journey, the easier for them to live the journey. Severe dementia, that's this stage. There are a lot of myths that you cannot really do anything about the person with dementia. No, that's not true. I believe with my 26 years of work with people with dementia, I have seen people even in their severe stages able to communicate emotionally. So they will not be able to talk to you. So we all know that communication is not always words. It's also the emotional content of how, whether, it's just lifting and closing and opening your eyes to, smiling. These happen even in the late stage. At this stage, it is also important that we keep the care environment very calm and reassuring. We also use medications that are just right, not overdo, not underuse. These are very important. Few things to remember as I start wrapping up is if you have met one person with dementia, you have only met one person, because each of the individuals will behave they will also, say things, the emotional content is very different because deep down, they are very different from who we are. Each of us are different in who we are at the core. And it's the same with a person with dementia. When it comes to caregiving, check do's and don'ts. A basic checklist is there, but when we come up with a do a lot of and we cannot already use in this now you follow some basic rules. Say, sir, you are almost 80. Please do not think you are. That was long back. That's not going to work. And I will let you know why it doesn't. So there's no magic formula in caregiving. Organizations like us, we train people with knowledge and skills of caregiving. And in terms of knowledge, the disease, you have to know whether that person has Alzheimer's or has frontotemporal, or so the domain knowledge is important, because unless and until you have domain knowledge of the disease, then you would not really understand why that person is behaving in a certain manner. Also, very important is life story. So in here comes a person with dementia, and if you start treating the person, to define the person by
Hello, ma'am. Sorry to disturb you. It is breaking again. Can you switch on captions in the below, so that when it is breaking, at least it will come out. Turn on captions.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, please continue. In between, intermittently it is breaking.
I'm so sorry about this.
No problem. Please go ahead.
Okay. So, in terms of knowledge, it is the disease that the person is detected with, which is important for the caregiver to know and understand, and differentiate between Alzheimer's and body and as I said last story. We have people lives have been so rich. A professor of Berkeley, and at this point in time, to solve if I focus on the last thing that you such a professor, lose the person. What I need to focus here is on his experiences of teaching children and the little story that he had and his expertise on sharing those stories with us. So understanding the person's background is very important. And then in terms of skills, the caregivers will have to build on their curiosity. So if you are not curious as a caregiver for a person with dementia, you're going to lose the person. You have to be curious like a detective. The detective looks into where, how, when, what. That's exactly what you have to do as a caregiver. You also have to be very creative. Say, for example, the slide I showed to you where the husband says, your teeth just looks like pearls, and the wife replies that, who's Pearl? Now, if you are a caregiver who is bent on, proving that my wife does not have dementia, then I would say, what are you talking about? All this nonsense. I'm not talking about any pearl. I'm talking about your teeth. I'm giving you all the credit, and here you are blaming me. That's not going to work in dementia. Because the person with dementia will respond or react to it very differently. But if I am creative, then I would probably, make up a story, and say, so you always have this wicked mind, huh? You're thinking I'm going with Pearl. So by the way, do you know anyone by the name of Pearl? I think you had a friend called Pearl. Maybe I'm talking about that. It's just continuing on the conversation rather than putting a stop to it. Common sense. This is another skill that we try and develop within the caregivers, because what I have felt over the years is that this is one skill missing. When I say common sense, I mean deciding and taking an action right there and then, standing on your feet and taking a decision. This is something that's lacking, and we need to really work on this skill. The various tools that we use as caregivers to keep the person engaged meaningfully and give the person an opportunity to live life fully is through various, effective communication, which could be speaking slowly and clearly, sitting and, in the eye level, pausing as I give one instruction at a time rather than saying, okay, it's time for lunch. Can you get up and come and wash your hands and have your lunch? You have given too many instructions here. So to really make it effective, you have to say, it's time for lunch, and see the reaction in that person. The next is, I think the lunch recipe today is, I think your favorite, sabji, some sabji. That's going to even motivate the person. And you probably wouldn't even need to ask the person to get up. He would get up on his own. So effective communication is very important. Having a positive environment that is non-threatening is also very important. And there is no doubt that art, music, and dance can create wonders in engaging people. There are a lot of people who cannot, the speech is gone, but they still can relate with music. We had someone who listened to music all day, and even while inviting the person for lunch, we would sing something or do things musically. So definitely try these tools out. Emotion oriented, which is reminiscing on their past lives. So if somebody was a beautiful cook, sit and do a recipe book with that person. Or, if that person was somebody who loved to do gardening, get out and talk about it and get their emotions, their feelings that we share. Validation is very important. The orientation we sometimes do. Validation works when the person is in very early stages of the disease, where you would be able to show a clock and say, you see, you think it's 12, but right now it's 7 in the morning. So that's reality. It does not work as the disease So that's when validation comes. So if the person says it's 12 in the morning, afternoon, and I need to have my lunch, so you would say that, oh, really, it looks like you're really hungry. Let's see, let's go to the kitchen and explore what we have. Maybe you can offer that person some finger foods. So here what I did was I validated that person's feelings rather than going too much on the content of what that person said. Here I show you a slide of the world of dementia. I really don't see anybody unhappy here, which is what people think. People with dementia are sad and the world is gloom and doom. For someone who has been working for a person with dementia for the last 20 renewed energy, and that is because, not because I have the renewed energy, it's because people with dementia give me the renewed energy. And you'll be surprised to see that if you give them an opportunity to explore, they can do wonderful things, and they will surprise you a lot of times. So you give them opportunities, try and see what the person likes to do, what the person feels connected to, and you will see that you will get out of this. As Dr. Aneja mentioned, there are about 50 million people with dementia. For every 4 seconds, someone developing dementia in some part of the world. India has about 50 lakhs of people with dementia at this point of time, out of which 59% are women and 41% are men. This number, 5.29 million people with dementia in India, is going to increase to 32 million by 2050. And India is the third largest country in the world with dementia. And the organization, really alarms, that it's going to come as an epidemic, and really requests us that we come for a clear plan. India does have a national plan. Our organization, ARDSI, has presented a national plan when we are hoping that days to come we will be from the government. The top challenges that we face as an organization are these few. They are few, but are hugely important and is a huge burden on us. As I said, lack of awareness and stigma, and problems. And because of this lack of awareness, is also treatments in the world to find treatments, but we are yet to hear something positive. Caregivers, as I said, are unprepared, and therefore a lot of training needs to go behind, really training and counseling caregivers. There's mounting cost of care because, as I said, it's a chronic condition. Unfortunately, there are hardly any community resources. And as Dr. Aneja said, if Rotary could come forward and build and can make it a national project and come up with community resources, starting from awareness building to developing dementia-friendly communities, to building daycare centers in communities, in every city. We have only one daycare center. Imagine for 14 people, 4,000 one daycare center. That's absolutely ridiculous, but that's how it is. It's ill-equipped. And of course, insufficient funding that we receive, not only from the government, but also from community at large, individuals, because it is only those who have a person
Your voice is...
can take up. I'm almost done, Dr. James. So raising awareness is important. Referring, people who have memory issues to our organization is important. Volunteering with us so that you get a feel of who these people are and what they can offer to you. And of course, so that's all I had for you all today, and I think I'm sorry really if if my voice was breaking. I really don't know why. I've been doing many awareness since the early September, but unfortunately, the voice was breaking today.
No issue. Thank you so much. It was an excellent presentation, though intermittently, your voice was breaking. The slides we could read and, we could correlate. It was an excellent presentation, and thank you so much. We have a couple of questions here. Let us take it in the chat box. 1 second. Let me check. Mr. Avinash from Pune, he was mentioning, while attending conference on dementia a few years back, some ladies were attending and came to make people aware about music and dance therapy for dementia. Can anyone share views on this? What is your opinion, ma'am? Music and dance therapy for dementia. Your point, please.
So what exactly do you want to know about this? I mean, there's a lot of research and work going around music and, art therapy, all the different kinds of therapies that we use for enriching.
1 second.
Can I intervene?
Mr. Avinash, you please ask the question very quickly.
Yeah, madam, this is about the aerobic. So you see, there are 5 types of aerobics are there. The step aerobics, the ground floor aerobics, water aerobics, cycle aerobics, and the group aerobics. So now these all aerobics, if really it plays for the dementia people, now there are a lot of research is going on because I am constantly in touch with many organizations for this dementia with aerobics. And I used to play the aerobics for at least around 10 years I was doing aerobics. So what is your personal view? That's what I want to ask.
All right.
I unfortunately do not have any information on this particular aerobics thing. I have never, really done this, and I wouldn't be the right person to give you information on this. I haven't, we haven't tried aerobics with people with dementia. We do try chair yoga, chair exercises. Because a lot of these people with dementia, they are 65 plus, sometimes, even much more. And for them to do aerobics, I prefer exercises that are less risky for aged population, walking or doing sitting and doing exercises are far more, less riskier than doing doing aerobics where you have chances of injury.
No, ma'am. What I learned from the books also and from the people also, those who are doing the aerobics and they're making research on this, their intention is to say that while listening the music, if you dance, not very fast, but at least some steps if you make, it improves your cognitive function. And once the cognitive function starts, of course, everybody knows that degeneration of neurocells never happens. So always there is a degeneration of neurocells. And once the cells go away, no one can bring it back. And there is no medicine available worldwide. Even in yesterday's webinar also I told the same thing. But if it is in the reversible stage, I think aerobics should have. Since I was doing for 10 years,
absolutely.
I was not having dementia. Definitely.
Mr. Avinash, let us start.
Absolutely, absolutely, as you said, people who have not yet developed dementia, for them, if they're physically fit, if they can, if their balance is fine, if their reflexes are fine, they should, that's a universal, beautiful thing. I mean, you can play on music that's something you love, and you also sometimes can sit on a chair and do that, and can, and a lot of times we do see that, old music. I remember once, sitting with a wife who had come with her husband who had dementia. And so we were discussing, and the wife said that, oh, my husband doesn't understand anything anymore. He hardly can relate to what I say. And so I looked at him and I said, "Jaane kya tune kahi, jaane kya maine suni, baat hi kuch bani aisi." And I started singing that. And you should see his face, because I knew from his life story that he was, he loved music in that 6.
But one thing is sure, it definitely improves your reflexes. Definitely. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Ms. Nilanjana, we lost your voice. Ms. Nilanjana?
Am I not? Can you not hear me?
Yeah, you have come back. Yeah, now we can hear you. Thank you for that explanation. And we have a couple of more questions. I think probably another 5 minutes we'll take questions and we'll close it. And the next question, is there any medical therapy like brain transplant which may help to recover from dementia? Your response.
Yes. It depends again on what type of dementia. You see, brain. Do you mean stem? Cell transfer, or what is exactly do you mean by brain? Transfer.
Mr. Joy, please ask the question very crisp. Are you there, Joy? Geo Joy.
Very much, sir. Like I am Geo Joy from Bangalore. Okay, and I am not from medical field. I am a computer science professor from Christu Jayanti College. So, out of curiosity in this subject, I was attending this webinar. So, I don't know about the medical aspects about dementia. So, I just thought like transplant of organs, whether the brain transplant is also possible for recovery from dementia.
So from a non-medical person to a non-medical person. So let's start the conversation here, because I'm also a non-medical person. I really haven't really heard anything like this, brain, organ transplantation, and then, getting dementia out of your system. I really haven't heard anything yet. I mean, if that was possible, I think a lot of people with dementia would by now got, better. So, no, I really don't have that answer.
Okay.
All right. And I think probably after 50 years it may happen. Let us wait.
Okay. Thank you.
Nice, Joy, for asking this question. I think one more question. Does energy healing techniques like chakra healing, Reiki, etc., will help you to come out of dementia? Your response, ma'am.
So these are all old, age, therapies and different methods and approaches that our rishis and munis had done. Unfortunately, we have gone into Zumba and all those things that are coming from the West. If you did practice these things, yes, meditation and these are absolutely great. But again, if you ask me to meditate, I probably wouldn't. I'm not the right person to meditate. So I will choose things that are helpful for me and that is meaningful to me. I'll find maybe music and really relate to music and keep me mentally and physically engaged in that. Somebody can really do Reiki and meditation, yoga, then that's wonderful for them. And yes, there are a lot of research that proves that you can keep yourself mentally agile and and keep dementia away if you can practice these. But please know that you cannot be doing it one day and then forget next 6 months and then come back again and do it after 6 months. You have to do anything. For anything to really work, you have to do it consistently.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. One more question. In the case of irreversible dementia, can a person go back to normal like before the person was? What's your message, ma'am?
As I clearly mentioned, that for all the irreversible types of dementia, unfortunately, the brain damage that has already started happening cannot be reversed at all. Not with any medications, not with any kind of therapies. What we do, when I said that all the therapies, the different therapies that we use, those are to enrich the life of the person, to keep the quality of life intact for the person. But the damage is going to happen. You will see the damage because this is a progressive disorder. So you will see the damage happening. But you see, even as I said, even somebody who's in a severe stage of dementia, you can still keep that person smiling and happy if the family is there, if you are meaningfully connected with the person. So not the disease process, but quality of life, 100%. Yes.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I request you to switch on your video. We will have last one question. And this question from Dr. Nilanjana, it's a very long question. Does change of lifestyle, for example, more nuclear families, lack of physical work, has an impact on the rise of cases? In joint families, there are no dearth of caregivers, and there is always a buzz of activities. Read somewhere that drinking of coffee, limited amount, helps to reduce risk of dementia. There are two questions, ma'am.
Yeah.
Kindly answer.
So, as you rightly pointed out, that the joint family system is almost dying in India, right? We hardly see any joint families. It's mostly nuclear families. So that's definitely negative in our life. But we have to find positives even within the nuclear family, and that is possible. And rather than crying over what is not there, if we can really focus on things that are there and really make use of it is important. If you say that that's a result of developing dementia, no research proves that that's directly related. If you are in a nuclear family, you are most likely to develop dementia. But yes, it could lead to depression. It could lead to you're being physically unwell. You could have hypertension that could cause vascular dementia. So it could be indirect cause of dementia, not a direct cause. Your next question was on coffee.
Yeah.
Again, this is not a medical question, but unfortunately, I know people all from the South drink a lot of coffee, which we don't drink here in Kolkata. But I know, I have read this, that drinking coffee, helps. But please know that, there is no research that have proved yet that, yes, drinking coffee reduces your chances of developing dementia. So in terms of research, no, there I cannot say. But coffee beans are good for your brain, just like red wine is good for your brain. But all these in moderation, because I remember long back I mentioned red wine to someone.
Yes, I think your voice we have lost.
Dr. Thomas, will you be sharing this recording?
Yeah, we'll share. It is going live on YouTube. You can check YouTube, please. Yeah. Ma'am, Miss Nilanjana, your voice we have lost. I think we are towards the end of the presentation. Miss Nilanjana. Miss Nilanjana, are you there? Miss Nilanjana, please. I think we have lost the connection. Can I ask anybody to give a feedback on the session, please? Mr. Rajshekaran, are you there?
Yes, sir, I am there. Thank you, Dr. James. I just mentioned that in the chat box, it's like an intellectual treat. So people who are just given an opportunity to know about dementia, such kind of webinars are extremely useful. at one session, they'll be able to understand the whole glimpse of the,
Right.
dementia. It's a privilege. So as a part of that, I really thank Ma'am Nilanjana Maulik, was very logically, systematically, clearly, audibly, and also see the language, the way she presented. It is fantastic to communicate to anybody who has even have a problem with English can follow and understand.
Right.
It's like it is very good in terms of audio visual treat. So I
Right.
hope such kind of webinars will definitely facilitate a kind of a mindset to India to help to come forward for volunteer to work for the the dementia disorders and the Alzheimer's and all other group other disorders.
Thank
Hope
you.
to hear good things and other good webinars from the same platform. I
Right.
also thank Nilanjana ma'am, Maulik ma'am. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry. Thank you so much. I think I lost the connection for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah. So really sorry about that. I've been, I think this is a challenge right now. Being connected, is a challenge right now. So I think this is no different. So I'm sorry again about it.
Oh, no, it was a wonderful program. Thank you, Dr. Rajshekaran, for your feedback. Nilanjana ma'am, excellent presentation. We were very delighted to listen to you. Excellent presentation. And we are
Thank you. Thank you. I'm grateful.
Thank you, thank you. And due to paucity of time, we will not be able to take any more questions. You can send me your questions. I can check with ma'am and come back to you. And let us go towards the end of the session. May I request and call upon Rotarian Unnikrishnan, Secretary of Rotary Bangalore Sneha, to propose the vote of thanks. Rotarian Unnikrishnan, please. Rotarian Unnikrishnan, are you there? I saw him, he was there. Yeah, he's there.
Yeah. Got
Please
muted.
go ahead.
Yeah. Good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Rajshekaran, first of all, for expressing the part of the word of thanks through your feedback. So you have articulated well about the quality of the speech and the way it was presented. So it was so passionate. The presentation was very passionate, very informative, and the kind of slides you have used, the graphics and the words, it was just right for the audience like us. I mean, many of the laymen like us, not the professors and deans of the lectures of the psychology or the related field. So it is very clear, and we could relate to the patients we met earlier in our families or relatives' place. So that is awesome. And the way you have ended up with the actions expected from anybody who knows about this is also pretty encouraging. And thank you very much for investing your time to educate us. And I would like to thank Rotarian District Governor-elect Jitendra Aneja, not only for a wonderful inaugural session, but also for the commitment given to Rotary Sneha and Age Gracefully to support this kind of what you call it, necessarily action which is pending from our side. Thank you very much for his leadership, communication, and we are grateful to Ms. Supriya Chakrabarti for connecting you to Age Gracefully and Rotary and this August crowd. And thank you, Supriya Madam, for quoting the example of Ronald Reagan to understand quickly in this chat box. And it will not be fair if I will not acknowledge the contribution of our GSR and our Guru, Dr. James Thomas,
Mhm.
So he is the person behind many of the initiatives like the Age Gracefully, the Rotary Club of Sneha was initiated by him, and I owe to him as my previous reporting manager also. So thank you very much, Dr. James, for this. And I was pretty surprised. And on a Sunday evening, we started with around 50. It went up to 60. Now we have around 32 participants who are actively involved in this session, who are serious about this. So thank you very much for this eminent crowd. And I know that many of them will have reached to uh, maybe hundreds of thousands of students. And this message, the powerful message about what we can do about dementia, may go to large number of people. Thank you very much for your attentive participation. And thank you very much, Dr. Nitilila, our past president, for asking relevant doubts. Thank you to all of you. Good night. Good evening.
Thank you so much, Mr. Unnikrishnan, for your great words and the proposing the vote of thanks. Thank you so much, Miss Nilanjana ma'am. Thank you so much from Age Gracefully, and also from Rotary Bangalore Sneha, and also from the Rotary District 3190. Thank you so much. I thank all the participants, those who have participated in this webinar. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You can expect more sessions from us.
Good, good, good. The more, the better. Yes.
Yes. We expect you to support us, Ms. Nilanjana, in the future.
Absolutely, absolutely. As I said, if Rotary can take this up nationally, I think, imagine all the chapters that you have, and if you can do it one in each chapter, and also age gracefully, where you can really take it up. And I think the basic knowledge of dementia, just like AIDS, when AIDS, we heard about AIDS, it took us some time, but then now we have, very good knowledge because of the awareness level that was raised. So I think similarly for dementia, if we can do that, and Rotary can take a big lead here. So all the best to you. And
thank you. I am quite sure that each and every household in India, probably one person is suffering from this kind of ailments. I think we need to support. Your support also is very much required, and jointly we can do many more programs in the future. Thank you for your time, and thank you so much. I thank every participant. Thank you so much. I will close it down. Thank you so much. I will send across the participation certificate in a couple of weeks' time. Thank you so much.
I think there are a lot of queries on whether this presentation could be shared. What I can do, Dr. Thomas, is, there are some pictures that I have used that only I have the right to use it. So what I will do is I will take out those pictures and I will send the text to you so that people can, use it as reference.
All right. I will post it in YouTube or my Facebook or LinkedIn so that people can use it.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Take care.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Ananya, for your YouTube session. I think you can close down the YouTube. Ananya, are you there?
Yes, sir. I'll close.
Yeah, please close the YouTube live. Thank you, Dr. Jyoti, for joining. Jayapakumar, I think you just left. Rotarian Shobha Murli, thank you so much for coming and participating. Dr. Sebastian, Dr. Ajay, Supriya Chakravarti, thank you so much for supporting us. Thank you. I can't call out everybody's name. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you all. So this session is going to get closed. I'm closing it down. Thank you so much. Thank you.